My name is. Um, it'll catch the stream after it goes live. I have read and agree with the end user license agreement. Holy fuck.
Walkie-talkie is low on batteries. Should I swap it out for a different unit?
I don't know what that means.
Unit.
I'm turning that off. Oh, baby. Always. Where's chat? Feels awesome. Hi, guys. We need to turn our key off. Look at how pixelated I am. Yeah. Alright. Cool. Hello. No power I'm on Twitch. There's Jake over there in the bottom left corner. Looks alright. And then I was working on some fab arms for New Ren. Working on some New Ren models. I was working on some New Ren characters. I was working. And we're gonna kind of continue that. I want to kind of get a quick overview. I was thinking about starting up a Unreal project, just so I can start bringing some of these things into the engine and see. I hope you don't hurt yourself. Hi, Jake.
Yeah. I'm a little unwieldy.
That's cool.
What's
You have
up,
the
Ben?
power of taco salad to.
No, man, I'm powered by a double decker right now. I got a 7-layer burrito in there ready to go.
Oh man.
I don't know if I'm gonna remember to eat it, but
You gotta do it because those things are only good for like 30 minutes. And then
I think you mean 8 hours. I think you mean that's what you meant, actually.
Oh man.
Man, what's the longest I've ever eaten a 7-layer burrito after? It's been a whole day once. I didn't get sick from it, amazingly.
Yeah.
But I was too lazy to get up and get more. It's not a habit though. I usually either demolish it instantly or throw it away. Like, I ordered too much. Lose one burrito. But that wasn't the case today. I'm probably gonna eat that thing later.
Excellent.
Hey everyone, what's up? How y'all feeling today?
Hey, chat.
You're in Unreal. Does that mean we've gotten set up with a repository?
Nope.
Well, we'll have to do that
at
at some point in the
I'm
future.
gonna start to do art tests. I'm gonna start to test out.
I see Adam here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Crystal Jade Strike. This is a. No.
I can't.
I have no ability to my severe stimulant deficiency hasn't really kicked in, or it is kicked in. Anyway,
Wait, you haven't had your coffee today?
I've had
Oh, you just had one?
just
The hell are you doing today, Ben?
starting slow.
Man.
Last night we had some new patrons. That was cool.
Yeah, we got who's our new patrons? Let's go look.
Dude, A Torek, he's one of those guys.
Hey, Torek backed us?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
also,
fantastic. Thank you.
Let me check my email. Do I have an email?
I'm not like surprised, like, oh, you Torek, that cheapskate. I'm like, yo, I'm just so happy that our people are like, stepping up.
A couple more. I can't remember
When
their
they
names
can.
right now. It's on my other machine where I should be looking at chat, not this
Yeah.
weird recursive thing.
If you're one of our regulars and you're not a backer, we're not disappointed in the slightest. We're surprised when anybody does back us, but it's like,
Why would you do that?
we got viewers, we got people, members of our audience in all kinds of different life circumstances, and that's why we make the music free, because we know not everybody's got disposable income all the time, and you can't back us if you got to like pay power bill next month.
That's true.
I've been in that boat pretty recently, because being a musician is not always the most glamorous lifestyle.
Heck no.
But it gets pretty glamorous sometimes.
All of those synthesizer plugins.
Yo, so how is Chili Dog Fest going?
Dude, is NES in chat right now? It's going pretty well. I think he's just past the halfway point. I was
Man.
watching it last night.
That's astounding. It's like there's 4 more games to go, and it's like the halfway point.
Oh yeah.
Now the
He
games
just
all
beat,
take like 20 hours to beat by default.
He beat Sonic 2006 last night.
Games that take less than 20 hours get like excoriated in the news in the reviews and stuff. It's like, oh, this game's worth $5. Like, you know, you got to spend a good 20-30 hours on anything, even a Sonic game.
I want to pop out chat so I could just look at chat.
Pop it out, pop it out, pop it out.
There we go.
Whip it out, stick it in. There you go.
Boom.
My fantasy goal is to have like another monitor mounted here that's just a giant chat window always there.
You have a teleprompter, like a piece of glass that has a projection behind us.
Or just we all wear VR helmets all day long and it just kind of just pops in the corner there. Just kind of look over it, at it.
For a second, I thought the estimated total of playtime was 24 years. Like, just direct relationship here.
Yeah. Well, he's been playing Sonic games for 24 years, so I guess, you know.
That's true.
But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to give a thanks, shout out to our backers.
Oh,
and,
yeah. Let me show you these people.
We're not making a mint yet, but we're making a little bit each month, which goes towards bills, and every single penny helps. Like every bit helps a little bit towards keeping the ship afloat while we're doing the heavy lifting on our end by taking contract work. But honestly, this isn't my studio. This isn't Robbie's studio. This isn't any one person's operation. We all got to work together. So everybody's doing their part.
Should we use their real names?
No, let's use their nicks.
If they have them.
Their dick. Well,
use their nicks. Hold on.
I mean, probably not everybody wants to be named, but I bet all of our people wouldn't mind it. But nobody's in here secretly. This isn't a very controversial Patreon.
I know.
It's like, all right, well, we're gonna make a bunch of music for everybody. We don't have any political stances. I mean, I do, but I'm not talking about them. My political stance is I'm pro dogs.
Dogs are pretty good.
If they ever introduce legislation to like curtail the right of dogs to be treated fairly, that's the public stance I will take up right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll donate for other causes and post pseudonymously under sock puppet accounts on forums.
Rallying
That Jake Kaufman guy is a
dogs.
fucking asshole.
I do that on Twitter all the time.
You diss yourself?
Yeah. Like
Nice.
if I'm entered in my personal Twitter account by Mint Potion, then I'll switch over to the Mint Potion account and be like, Angry Girl, you need to get off your shit, dude.
Yeah. Like,
Get
how
the hell
dare
out.
you?
Yeah. Do you have a problem?
Yeah, I need to troll
I
myself.
do that to keep myself in check. It's necessary.
I go on YouTube videos of my own stuff, and I'm just like, oh, this sucks.
Oh man. Every time Tommy makes a soup, would that be a potion?
I mean, that is a healing poultice. It's more of an infusion.
Ooh.
You can bottle it into a potion form. Potions should ideally be effervescent, so we need carbonated stuff. If it's not bubbling, it's oh man. Guys, I want to go to sleep. I'm tired. I slept like 7 hours, so that's like way more than I normally get, but I'm blasted from all the music that I've been writing this week.
Yeah.
And it's not just what you guys have seen.
All right. Core components required. I don't have a choice. I don't want starter content. That's
You
not
need the
fun.
debugging symbols also.
That's fine.
And you probably want this.
What are those? I'm not targeting any of these platforms. Ooh, HTML5. No, just kidding. Maybe Linux. No,
Yeah,
it's-
Linux.
You think so?
Probably not, but it never hurts.
True.
I mean, just install everything on the machine.
True. Requires storage space.
Sure, we don't want to put NeuRNet on tvOS.
That'd be cool. We can add these to components later.
Yeah,
What is tvOS?
I think that is that
Is that
Kindle
like-
Fire.
I think
OS?
that's Apple's thing.
Is that Apple's OS? Oh yeah, tvOS, iOS.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Mac OS. They rebranded. It's now Mac OS. But yeah, I want to make maybe like a sandbox type of like just a room and start messing with shaders and get art from this project into that thing. Really, there's this button in Maya that's been bugging the hell out of me that I want
Right.
to try out.
Just keep in mind we're not going to be creating a new, like, don't create a new Unreal project and expect that to go into Unreal because we already have our setups.
Right.
In
I'm
the-
just
in
it's
the
just
build.
it's just a scratch space.
Yeah.
But I want to see this like whole send to Unreal like set Unreal project. I want to see if it's like really one button. Oh,
Yeah,
send
you
to
gotta try
Unreal.
that. Once we have that workflow nailed down, it's gonna be a lot easier to just generate art. Right now, it's intimidating. The whole workflow itself is kind of intimidating because there's a lot of
It's huge.
yeah. But once we have the muscle memory down, it's like, oh yeah, just export to this. It's like the TriCaster. You get your workflow that works, and then you don't really have to change it much during the project. So,
Do I have a level 1? Wow.
man, you gotta turn your laptop to not power down.
Oh, I just have to plug it in. My charger's over there.
Let me get it for you.
What is omg.png?
omg.png. I don't know. You may not want to click that.
Please re-enter your password.
The first
No.
fan service picture.
OMG. Their hair is so flaming cool. Don't
Hey.
you?
Look at this all nicely wound.
Yeah, I try to like defend the cable from fraying. You know, it's no easy thing. It's no easy task.
Yeah.
Let's open up that PSD.
Don't be afraid, my friend.
Ooh, that tickles. Good job, computer.
Dude, have you ever seen the Tickle Me Elmo fur coat?
No.
Was it
What?
man, was it Jerry who made that? One of these internet visual artist type people made a
Uh-huh.
fur coat, like a mink coat, out of Tickle Me Elmo pelts. And they still had the voices. So when you hug her, it's like like all of the Tickle Me Elmo screaming in agony at once.
What's up, Guru Composer? Thanks for
Guru
saying this
Composer,
channel
what
rocks.
up? This channel does rock, and I can say that because
does.
it's not just my channel; it's everybody's channel here, and everybody's putting in something, including the audience.
Ooh.
You know, our streams wouldn't be anything like they are without our chat audience. Not just because you guys are giving feedback as we go, but also you just contribute so much knowledge. Like there's always an NES discussion happening, or like the hardware from this old synthesizer. Like everybody's talking shop all the time.
Oh, this is nice.
I freaking love it.
This is not the version that I was working
I love that
with.
concept art so much. Guys, this is our VR rock opera. This is concept art for it. We're making it real now in VR. You're going to be able to look at that scene and be in that room with those robots being created.
You're gonna be in my. This is not the image I was looking for. This is the one that we received.
This is not the image you're looking for. Move along.
Do.
All right, so
Yes.
what are you going to be working on today? What's your specific
I really want to fill out this room. I have a bunch of assets that are kind of are duplicated across this. Like I have one of these arms, another of these arms, this arch, some of these panels. I just want to like start doing material tests and stuff like that.
Robbie, what you making?
Popcorn!
Man, I want some popcorn. No, I got a burrito I got to demolish later.
I will get a burrito to demolish eventually.
You know? Maybe we should make that our after party. It's just the burrito club.
Ooh. Should post that live. This is how you burrito.
Yeah. Booty back, booty front,
Albatross.
booty side,
Yeah. When I was
booty
working,
everywhere.
When I was working on this character,
Booty, 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 booty.
I really should have just put something for scale, but that's an easy thing to do.
You're making a
Man.
perspective grid.
No, actually, this is the art that the concept. This is the file that the concept artist is working with.
With the red grid on it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's that. I didn't do that.
Was that like that in all the concept art?
No, it's just
Oh, it's a layer.
right. This is their project file.
I was like, what the hell? Yeah, he sent us the PSD with all the reference stuff.
And
I guess you got to draw on a grid, right?
what? Okay.
Oh. Yeah, we have a theme song and an intro video for Power Block, but we don't have it right now because we just upgraded our TriCaster unit, so now we can do a bunch more video on the screen at the same time.
It's pretty nuts.
But the downside is we got to pretty much start from scratch with our sessions. All of our setups that we had going for this. That's why the audio was all over the place yesterday. We excitedly upgraded hastily perhaps without considering that we had a production day that day.
We could have even like taken one step and backed up our previous sessions,
Right.
but no.
I'm sure they're still there. I'm sure it didn't reformat the computer. They're probably still there. In
Oh
the
no,
user
they're
folder.
definitely there. But I wonder if we could run like a lower version to kind of like down, export it, right?
But here at Min Potion, we're about diving into the deep end and then figuring out how to swim. So, hey man, that popcorn is
tasty.
almost ready.
Need to close that real quick. So yeah, maybe like just making the material, getting this color down, making a room that looks kind of like this room by duplicating assets,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. I have some of these assets
Get,
ready.
like-
Maybe I'll unwrap one of these things.
Get
and-
like planes and flat surfaces done, and then kind of break out detail after that.
yeah, do some painting, get some
Yeah.
texture reference.
I don't even know where to start with this. I would basically start just by blocking it out in like cubes. I'd make a bunch of planes and cubes and just get the surfaces looking like that.
Yeah, I was
Then
thinking.
again, I'm not a
about, like,
professional artist, so
I was thinking about maybe doing a base mesh type of thing because you
Yeah.
could just import that and build things on top of it.
yeah. You can.
VSP is kind of dead, by and large, which is kind of lame because that's like the old country way, all right?
Yeah.
But let me get like, I want to get like the asset I started with.
Sweet. All right. Well, what I'm gonna do today
We're gonna do
is
some-
I'm gonna write yet another Shovel Knight track
Cool.
because there's like 30 of them left to do.
I was gonna say, Shovel Knight has a
And-
lot of tracks.
I mean, I've been doing a single track a day, and for me that's slow. So I gotta step up the pace.
Right.
So first things first is I'm gonna do at least one track now. I might start on a second or a third. Maybe I'll start on like 5 tracks and just kind of peck at them each week.
Reasonable.
I don't often work that way, but it makes maybe for more entertainment because I don't have to grind on the same whole track all day long. Some people might like that, but
Hey, did you want to race today?
do we have streamers ready to race?
I saw Crystal Jade Strike in chat. I think that was the person who was talking about.
Let's
it yesterday.
prepare for it and prepare the Skype setup and everything
Okay.
because we want to have them live if possible,
Dorp.
and then we can make an event out of it.
Do 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 do. This needs more detail.
Long distance.
Oh, you gotta. Yeah, I don't know why that song hits so hard. Why are you so catchy?
Yeah, like when things get hot and heavy and I've got a deadline, I'll do like 5 or 6 tracks in a single day, and just pull a 20-hour day and just crank them out as fast as I can. Because the music is in here, I just need to get it out here as quickly as possible.
It's tears on my pillow, man. Tears on my pillow.
Tears on my pillow.
I want an insert edge loop tool. Where's my brain? You. There we go. Do do do.
Yeah.
Do. Yeah.
Alright, so today I'm going to do a character theme. And the character doesn't exist yet. He hasn't been announced.
Oh.
And nobody knows who he is or what his backstory is. So I'm going to do his theme today. And you can kind of guess at what kind of character it's going to be.
I dig it.
But we haven't announced any details about it. So I'm not going to tell you what it's for, who this person is related to in the story, like where they fit in. I can't say any of that stuff yet.
Gotcha.
Showing off the music ahead of time is enough of a spoiler. We don't need to be
You need to be spoiling.
ruining the story for all the Shovel Knight fans out there.
Shovel Knight's got a wild, good story.
Yeah, I'm very, very fond of the lore and the universe in the Shovel Knight world.
Yeah.
I would be the type to write fan fiction about it if, if that weren't kind of like... That's kind of like,
I think I understand.
when the official author is writing fan fiction, you get into like Harry Potter / 50 Shades territory.
Does this happen?
Dude, I could ship probably Mole Knight and... maybe the Magicist?
Okay.
I don't know, man.
But you're serious about this. You're talking about dirty deeds.
Not dirty, just kind of, it's fan fiction. It's got to be teasing and hinting at things.
Well, you want their
At least in the public version.
You want you want their reality, you know, to be kind of real, right? You want like things that are not really described about
Right.
these characters to kind of come to life. I respect that.
Oh, look at that. All the pieces coming together.
Whoa, hey.
You gonna weld all that?
I don't know. I'm not thinking about it yet because I want to kind of keep things sort of separated at first. To
Yeah.
What
See, the
the-
chat knows what I'm talking about. They're behind this. They've been around the internet. They understand. They're hip.
Mole Knight Assist.
Mole Knight Assist. Yeah, man. Who are we gonna ship in the Shovel Knight continuum? See, that's the thing. I can't officially ship it because then it'll be partially, you know.
Right.
It's in that weird gray area where it's like, is this canon because the composer said it? But
The truth of that is no.
No.
Can you delete that key. Thank
except
you.
that the
Whoa.
composer also works on the script, so I can put official things in there. Like, it has to pass the, you know, the crew committee. Like, everybody gets a say basically, where the plot develops and what's in, how things are going. Shovel Knight is a very egalitarian story operation. Like, everybody kind of contributes to it in some way.
It's pretty cool.
It's really nice. Yeah, it's not like, you know, one or two people sitting in a room creating the lore and mythos of this. Like, that's amateur shit at that point. It's best if your whole team is actually really smart and creative, so they can actually make good suggestions that actually make it in.
It's like possible that if more people relate to it, then it might be relatable to more people. Right?
Yeah. Like, every single line gets scrutinized. Every scene, there's like 10 or 12 people that are looking at it and going, well, what if they said this? And then everyone else is like, well, no, they can't say that because this. Yeah, well, what if they said this instead? All right, we'll compromise. How about that?
Compromise.
And it's not enough people to be a true design by committee where it's, you know, it loses the message. There's still cohesion because the team is like really tight.
Right.
Everybody's immersed in the legend. So that's why the story shapes up like that. It's because it's got a lot of love, a lot of eyes on it, a lot of iteration. We'll be working on that Friday. Sean's gonna come up. We're gonna write the script together.
Oh yeah.
All the new boss dialogue, all like cutscenes and all that stuff, and then it'll get shopped continuously until it's in its final form.
Nice. What the?
But we can't stream that. We're not gonna stream the story writing because that's
a crime.
hella spoilerific.
Must be neat.
It's like one of the only times that I'm using Excel for non-monetary reasons, like not to do finances or whatever. It's like, man, gotta write a script in Excel.
It's a good reason. I'm trying to determine how I want to subdivide. Thinking about this as like maybe 3 or 4 assets, right? You have like a floor panel that you kind of tile around and snap, right? Kind of like these guys, right? Like this should really be a group. They should all be on the same layer.
Yeah.
But
Oh man, this is so dope.
I'm gonna map them differently.
I'm so excited seeing this room come together.
Oh man, there we go. Cause like, yeah, I could, I don't know, just doing a demonstration and like going like, oh yeah, you know, there in the art there's like that channel, right? Remember the channel?
Right, all of the different channels.
Yeah.
If you make it really greebled and lots of panels and access hatches and shit like that, I love that shit so much.
And then
I love detail, architectural detail in like Death Star-y kind of ways, you know? But this is more of an iRobot sort of the more like Apple Nano future as opposed to the Star Wars retro future. So maybe a few more like smoothed over rounded surfaces, but I like things at oblique angle.
duplicate with transform.
I like the rain in the winter time. What's my motivation?
Go.
Speaking of motivation, I gotta get working on
Dude,
NES music.
what are you doing?
Let's make some themes, some character themes.
New characters or old themes?
Both.
Dope.
It's a classic theme that's being incorporated somewhat into the new version. It's a fanfare based on some of the earlier stuff. Yeah, I think I'll go do that.
Ooh, I'm excited. I'll see you soon.
All right, let's go. Let's make it happen.
All right.
I will be back shortly. I will be in my office and ready to go. I'm going to take a brief detour.
Come on, backer benefits. Chivalry shipping lanes.
What about backer benefits? Are we on top of those? What do we got? Where are we still? What's outstanding?
I have to finish another postcard.
I mean, that's a continue, but are we getting people in on? We're getting people in on games. We've got to start movie night.
We do.
Let's start that.
There's only one
We have
person
enough
who will
people.
watch movies with
Who
us.
cares? Let's watch movies with that one person.
Let's do it.
Let's make it happen. I mean, it's like having a friend over on your couch, except it's the future.
I'm gonna try out that app. I'm curious about that implementation. You know, like the weird.
Oh yeah, the watch stuff together app.
Hold the remote. Yeah, whatever. It's
Yeah,
called.
Sheena says it's awesome. I mean, Andrew Cancel, the programmer for Neuron, did a YouTube co-watching thing with a chat room built in,
All right.
and it was awesome. I don't even know if it's still around or if it's been broken for years by the API changes or whatever, but
It's hard to say.
it was pretty dope. We would watch YouTube together in a big party. Like IRC, but there's video.
Okay.
Somebody has the remote for the TV in the corner, you know? All right, so yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna prepare for this mentally, and then
Sweet.
I will be in my office. I'll be in my bunk.
Cool. Let's make shapes. Hi, chat. I'm trying to keep up with you. I'm also looking at this large screen, thinking about the future. Ouch. Cracking my neck on the possibilities. A lot of things in this scene are rectangles, you know? And so you say, well, why not square up? Makes sense to me. There are these huge pylon type of things. Like, I want to make this asset. I think I was looking for the PSD that I was working with that had just that. Like, I had isolated each asset so that I can kind of focus on them against the color of the rest of the scene, which is largely purple, I would say. Maybe blue if you're not into purple. So I'm going to go through and... do I have like a projects folder somewhere on this computer? Like here. Maybe... games? Joy to Key is not a game. It's a way of life. Hey, Neuron. Hey, Neuron, level 1 breakdown. Recovered. Heck yeah. So now we're talking. Actually just dropped a folder or a file into this thing. No, I don't want to save. Whatever my dialog boxes are not showing up properly. Nope. Do that again. Boom. Cool. So we went from that scene way back in the day. If you were watching us, you get to help write a Shovel Knight fanfic. Oh, Dinner Sonic, you don't need any help for that. Plague Knight is so romantic. Oh my goodness. I'm starting to wonder if everybody just gets what they want in the end. Like there isn't any sour people. Let's look at this crazy thing, right? There's I want to make this guy, and I think that this guy is on a track, question mark, into this array type of thing, or these type of things. But I would pick out these little details and I would isolate them one by one. And I don't know if I was using this as a list to see like, oh, well, yeah, we need this asset, which is like this strange lower floor panel type of thing. You know, and we can kind of break that out of our sketch, right? This guy over here, if I wanted to just work, you know, on more detail in this blocked out asset, maybe that's not a bad idea. But I really want to focus on, since we're here, the rest of the scene, because we can actually scale, manipulate a lot of that stuff inside of the engine, and get an idea of fixing our pipeline for the best of things. I don't need you anymore. I found what I was looking for. Hey, did you guys see this concept art? It's pretty cool. We're gonna be there soon. This is a work in progress model. It's not as interesting. I had another one that was way more developed. It's probably just a 3D model. Not a big deal. Patiently hacking away. But anyway, what I was talking about is this panel, right? Making this separate thing, like this channel thing that's connected. Making this separate thing, kind of the edge that falls back, and these two glowing areas on the floor, and what appears to be like a glass sort of material. Why can't I do that? Because these are like, you know, kind of agreeable. It's kind of a nashed mess. It's I have an idea maybe to put something behind this material, like use more of like a glass type of surface along with lit materials like we have in this artware, to put details behind a transparent pane, or something that looks like it. I'm trying to I really want to see what our project is made out of going forward. What the? Don't get distracted. Oh, my computer decided. Let me turn off my mostly listening and glancing over, seeing the model grow as I look over. That's fun. You're right. I need to make sure that my screensaver doesn't come on right now. Button. There's a button for this. Let's just not do the screensaver thing for a minute. That way I can keep track of you. I can keep track of chat. There are chats over here, chats over there. Did you see Rick's in the Pulsar video? Did you know that we actually have one of the guys working on this game, Justin, put Rick's in the Pulsar Chili Dog Arena Fest. I think it's Pulsar Arena. I believe. Meet Danny. Hi, Danny. Where is the trailer? Did you just upload all these the other day? Nope.
Hey, VR heads, welcome to Pulsar Arena.
Cymatic. So, characters from this game, Danny, Sex, Bang, with this lightning, thunder. Where are our characters? Where are Rix and QGK? There we go. This is them. Chivalry. Is this Jake and Dale? Can I answer your question with a question? What do you mean? These are Rix and QGK. I guess Rix is more of the battle type.
Versus Rix.
And I think they actually grew up a bit in the current version of the game. But that is what Justin's talking about these days. You should check out Pulsar Arena. There are a bunch of Proton Pulse, a bunch of games the dude's working on. Do I look like Dale? Is it wrong for me to pretend to be Dale? He's pretty cool. Where's my art? It's kind of rounded, toaster-like things. Yeah. No serious angles. There's somebody in the direction of this project was just like, you know, it will come off as almost sharp, but you'll notice that there isn't anything that's strictly 90 degrees. Everything is very, you know, rounded at the very end. So, what, this thing would be kind of like a narrow box that lives over here. And, who in this group is into 3D? Who likes modeling? Tell me about it. I'm trying to Bob Ross my way through this project. It keeps me sane.
Hey there, Bob. Can you hear me on the courtesy monitor?
I can hear you.
Most excellent. Hello.
Hi.
We got our power block communication going between rooms now.
It's pretty good.
I mean, we've had that for months, but, now we're actually using it.
Now as ever.
Now as ever. So I'm ready to go. I've been
Ready to go.
kind of meditating in here, just kind of trying to prepare.
Cool. Where are you going to go?
I've been actively trying to resolve a couple of chord progressions that were troubling me.
Me too.
Right? It's a never-ending process.
That's a pretty good edge. Maybe 2 segments instead of 3.
All right.
What the?
Let me check
oh,
the
that's a
chat. See
subdivision.
who's around today.
Who?
I see
Ken
Chivalry.
Machi's
Is this
around?
Jake and Dale? No, this is Jake and Ben.
Hi.
We have a whole crew here, and Mint Potion is 6 or 7 people, sometimes up to 10, who are in this building putting on a variety show based
Tomorrow.
around us making stuff. All kinds of stuff. Video games, 3D, chiptunes, full funk tracks, cartoon scores, video game music, all kinds of crazy stuff. And Dale's still up in San Francisco.
I hope he's okay.
He's okay. He's resourceful and a good guy. But down here in the studio, we are continually churning out content. But the content isn't producing a stream or videos. It's doing other things and streaming that. So it's a bit of a unique approach. Not unique on Twitch Creative, but there's not a lot of us doing this. And there needs to be more. So I hope all of you guys watching will start making stuff for an audience on stream. Even if it's 4 people, even if it's 3, 2, even if one person is watching you work, you're going to work faster and better eventually once you get over the nervousness. Like, that takes a while. But I was able to do it because Ben, the guy sitting... let me try to point properly at where the camera is. Okay, so if I want to point at Ben, I got to point towards my other monitor, so you'll see him on the screen over there. Anyway, Ben has been just hanging around in my office while I was working, and eventually I just got immune to it. So now I can work in front of an audience all day long and not give a crap. So you got to practice, you got to start. And so you should start small on your own Twitch stream. And just have a small community build up. And who knows, you could explode. You could become the star of Twitch Creative because your stream is awesome and what you're doing is rad. Even if you don't think it is day to day, enough people might be interested in it that who knows. But moreover, you're going to get stuff done way more efficiently because you have to. You're putting on a show. The show must go on. Necessity is the mother of invention and all that. Alright, so Pridemore Keep. Let's listen to what we made yesterday. We should kill the background music stream.
There's background music?
Yeah,
Cool.
something's playing. What was it? Have we identified
Probably Bennett special.
a Bennett special? Excellent. I love Bennett's tracks. It sounded like it could have been Bennett, but all right. So yeah, we have all kinds of crazy creative people up in here contributing their unique talents to the overall production. So it's more than just me working on Shovel Knight all day. We have basically a whole variety show for you guys.
It's so visually entertaining.
Today I got to work on. Let's play what we made last time. I mean yesterday. Wow. All right, here we go.
Have no fear. Yesterday on Powerball, you might have heard this track. Ooh, that sounds sexy. Wow,
So that was yesterday. The day before was this. If you're just joining us, here's what we've been doing. Sorry I play a lot of these tracks, but I'm listening to them for flaws at the same time. And this is the same amount that I would listen to my own tracks. I pumped them over and over again so I can pick out little inconsistencies. Like, for example, a bunch of stuff in the noise channel in the previous track has to be fixed. There's a bunch of missing things and like areas where I copy pasted and then I deleted something to make room and then I never put anything there. So there's a bunch of not that that's a bad thing, you know, sometimes silence is everything, but I think it was Miles Davis put it best. It's the space between the notes that counts. But I don't have much of that in Shuffle Night because it's just wall to the wall sound. And balls to the wall, whatever. There's a lot going on. And so in certain areas I had meant to do something that I forgot to do and I have to go back and swoop around later and just have a once over on the track. Which might sound like it's like little, you know, dusting here and there and like, you know, fixing up a little thing. I could totally change a melody or a chord progression, or the whole second half of the song could disappear and be replaced. So, but I listen to that song 1,000 times while I'm doing that, while I'm going through it. So I'm going to spare you guys the polish on most of those. Maybe I'll do a couple of them, the final versions after any feedback from the team and things like that. Like they might be like, well, you kind of hate the chorus, or can you double it? I don't know who's going to say what, but most of the time the team just accepts these as is. But we might use it for different, like we all kind of like hyperanalyze everything, and we all know that we all do. So the team kind of trusts me to do like this. Ordinarily, I'd have to, before I could show this to the world, I would have to go through an approval process. But they give me such a wide leash creatively that anything I can do, it'll only become evident later that it's too annoying and has to change. It'll be like, man, you know, this is kind of intense for this area, or this is not the right mood for this. You know, we'll use this somewhere else, and I'll write a new track for that area. So music never goes to waste on Shovel Knight. Like literally not any of it. I just change it sometimes after the fact. So let's play an Arctic Ship. All right, so what we are listening to right now are new arrangements, new takes. And by the way, that sound in the background and all these lights flipping on, you can control all of these live by going to circle.mintpotion.com and bashing the potions that are on the floor there. Anyway, what we're listening to is new takes on existing level themes that are going to be in the Spectre Knight campaign, which is coming out shortly. And so when you play, I'm not going to tell you exactly what's different about the stages, but there's something distinctly different about all of them, and in often different ways. So there's something slightly off about each stage. And so the tracks that I'm doing now reflect the changes that are actually in the game. So you can kind of tell a little bit about, you can make educated guesses, I guess, about what's going to happen in the stages, but sometimes you'll be like dead wrong because I'm doing the opposite of what would be expected in that case, or something that accentuates part of it that is plot dependent. So it's like sometimes they'll be like, yeah, obviously that's what's happening in here. So yeah, that the website again to control the lights is circle. I'm gonna type it in chat. .mintpotion.com, and that will allow you to control all these lights that are flashing, including that one, the laser, the blue one over here, the globes. Soon they're going to be all over the office, and we're going to have neon signs and all kinds of other stuff. But that's a ways off because I got to focus on Shovel Knight for the next couple weeks, so we can't work on the RPG that much. That's one of the things we do on Power Block is we work on video games in-house. We make our own stuff. I'm not just a composer. I'm also a janitor, a very bad one, and occasionally I will ineptly write some code. Because it's not my main gig, but pretty much all of the people in the entire building are generalists, meaning we'll try anything from art to programming to ultimate frisbee, whatever the hell the situation calls for, we're going to at least try it because we know we'll probably fail and we're okay with that. Like, we mess up constantly, as you'll see. I fumble through these tracks. I almost never get the right note in the first place because I'm all transposed all weird because of the structure of these songs and the way I'm used to tracking on a QWERTY keyboard. Like, it's the one-to-one correspondence between Q and C. So that's how I have to work. So I guess the wrong note all the time because I'm thinking on a normal transposed keyboard. Anyway, we have challenges we have to overcome at all times. So what you're watching now is 0cc Fami Tracker. Fami Tracker is a free program, and the 0cc version is an extended version that has features that are very helpful if you know what you're doing in Fami Tracker. Even if you don't, there are a couple of beginner things that would replace things that you have to learn by hand in Fami Tracker. But it's like playing Minecraft with a mod pack. The mod pack totally changes the game and makes it better in a lot of ways, but like it helps to know the basic rule set before you go breaking things, and you'll appreciate why they're broken when you know the originals. So I highly recommend beginning with Fami Tracker, which is available at famitracker.com. The same as spelled the same as in the title here, famitracker.com. And it's free, and it was used to write all of the music in Shovel Knight and all of the sound effects. So it's a pretty dope program. It's very mature at this point. Especially 0cc fixes a bunch of bugs and issues that had plagued me for years, including on Plague Night. So let's see. Let's make a new song. Let's go down here. Add. We're running out of rows. I can only have 64 songs in a module. So eventually I'm going to have to start taking stuff out, or just I'll take out like the Street Pass stuff for this build of the NSF. I love the Street Pass stuff though. Oh man, I hate removing any music from any FTM. All right, so yeah, the tracker is a musical spreadsheet, and as you see, the music plays and it reads top to bottom. So each one of these is like a finger. Imagine if you were playing a piano. Check it out. You got 5 fingers. Well, for the normal NES, without any of these expansion modules over here, let's ignore those. These first 5 are like your 5 fingers. But one of them has a symbol on it. It can only play a drum sound, or make the sound of the seashore. It's like a psss, right? And then the DPCM is a special channel that is mostly useful for drums and sometimes bass, sometimes choirs. It plays samples, but really shitty samples. Like if you ever played Double Dribble and you hear that like super grainy, like freaking like NES sample sound is the DPCM. And you can use that to make bass drums and snare drums, and you can even make a bass guitar. Like you can make all kinds of samples that play, but it's going to be crappy and it has other collateral damage effect. So I don't use it in Shovel Knight at all. except for Battletoads and Kratos. I did choir for that. Sorry. Woo. Where was I? 5 fingers. The 5 death fingers. But anyway, your 3 other fingers. One plays the bass, one plays, and then one plays two other notes. So you can each time you play a new note on here, it's gonna. Oh, hang on. Let me first make my song. T. L's theme. Oh, that's ominous. It might not even be L. It could be another letter. It might start with like Q for all you know. Throwing you off the trail here. So yeah, the tracker reads from top to bottom. So check it out. Twinkle twinkle little star. Whoops. You see what I'm doing? I mean, this is pretty basic stuff. But what happens if right top to bottom? It's just like reading musical notation, but instead of left to right, it just rolls top to bottom. And otherwise, it's like a spreadsheet. Each one of these rows is a 16th note. So 1 E end to 2 E end to 3 E end to 4 E end to 5. You know, you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and see the brighter row means it's a measure. So dun 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 do do. You can kind of see it like a metronome in your head. You can see that the rows become part of the music, and you can time it out by equally visually spacing. Like this is a beat. This is 2 beats actually. Right? So, but then you have other commands you can do. Like for example, maybe I wanna take my hand off the note and stop playing it. Like how do you stop a note? You stop a note with that. You see how I can make those on every note too. But that's kind of abrupt. So sometimes you want to do it smoother. And then for that you can use a release envelope. You barely notice it on here, but there's the tiniest little trail. In some instruments that I have, I usually just do this for mostly for cutoffs with a little bit of echo, just to give it a little bit of space. But anyway, and then over here, so these letters over here, this is the volume. It goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. So it's hexadecimal. It counts from 0 to F. And that's the only volume control you have. It can be 0, 1, 2, 3. And so that's not a lot of steps. There's not a lot of volume control. It goes from very quiet, but still audible, the full loudness. And you barely even hear the difference between E and F, or like D, E, and F are pretty, you lose a lot of resolution there. So you're going to be doing most of your work in like between the 4s and like the Cs. And that's not always true. Like you want stuff to poke out, so you'll make it F. I do F volumes all the time, but I have them turned down in here to mix because the noise is not powerful enough to blast over the pulse waves at full volume. So in my instruments, it only goes up to 10. Some of them go up to 11, but ours is at 10, and it kind of idles there. So when I'm doing an F, it's actually F of 10. It divides it again. So if I'm doing F, that means it's going to be 10. And if I do, and this is not hex, this is normal decimal. So 10 is actually 10 and not 16. So if I do an 8 here, which is half of F, it's going to be 5 volume that it idles at. And so that's important because everything that I'm doing in Shovel Knight is scaled down in volume to properly balance the channel volumes, because as it is, out of the box, the noise is not going to, the noise and the triangle get drowned out by the pulse waves. They're really loud. And so if you go and listen to a Konami soundtrack, like they idle sometimes on their leads at like 4 or 5, 6, 7. And that's why their drums sound so badass, because they're loud in comparison. You got to turn your TV up a little bit to hear Konami stuff, because it's quieter on average than most like Mega Man or Final Fantasy's full volume. Well, Final Fantasy isn't because it's got instrument. Anyway, long story short, everything's a little quieter here than it's supposed to be, but F is full volume of that quieted down, attenuated version. So when I'm doing full volume, that's the only control I get over this. And then over here, we have the effects column. And what the effects column does is it lets me do letters and numbers followed by a value. It's like FF would be 255. So, and then the numbers over here. So these are hex values sometimes. And sometimes it's like the first digit is the speed and the second digit is the depth. The 74 would be a vibrato of speed 7 with depth 4. And if I want to make it slower, I make it 6-4 or 5-4 or 4-4. But this number is not connected to this number. And then this is the designator that it's like, all right, now do a pitch bend upwards. Now do a pitch bend downwards. Now slide to the next note with this speed. Like, there's all the effects that you can do with pitch, with volume, with instruments, with the sounds, manipulating them in real time is done through this effects column. And then the notation goes here, the actual, like, you know, C, C, G, G, A, G, right? So, and then over here is the instrument. And I can program scripts over here that let me, like, do a guitar sound or a piano sound a little bit more, with a little bit more of an attack. As opposed to it's either on or off. But with the volume envelope, you hear the difference? It's subtle, but it makes all the difference in making your music not sound washed out. Anyway, we're not going to do a Twinkle Twinkle Little Star song today. That's not what we're about right now. I just wanted to give you a little, like, really super quick overview of this musical spreadsheet that I'm using, because a lot of people seem to come in and ask, like, what the hell are you doing? What even is this? And I think I'm going to make a video, a series of YouTube videos that don't give you a basic overview of Fami Tracker, but explain the concepts of square waves and pulse waves and samples and all that stuff through the lens of Fami Tracker, because there's already a really good tutorial series. In fact, I'm going to link to that right now. I'm going to link to the tutorials by my dude. Actually, Danook did one too. Oh man! All right, I was looking at the Ben Burns one. This guy is awesome. If you guys need to learn Fami Tracker, if you have a burning desire to do what I'm doing right now, this is the best way to get started. Just go to this video that I'm linking. Oh, I'm showing up as Mint Potion in Twitch. Let me log out. Log back in again. Oh yeah. Where do I log out? I've never logged out of Twitch on purpose. Log out. Yeah. Log out. Now log back in. Wait, no, it logged me automatically. I said log out, you MFer. Alright, log in. Yeah. That's the stuff. JK. Oh, come on. Yeah. Huh. Did it. It only took me 3 tries to remember my password. I just got secure safe for everything, like all the important stuff. Oh man, what a lifesaver. I've not paid my electric bill some month on time because it was too much of a pain in the ass to remember my password. Like that could kill you in the winter or in the summer. If your power gets turned off, you could die because you were too lazy to remember your password. It's password managers, guys. That's what it's about. Oh man, what am I gonna write for this? I mean, I know what I need to write for this, but I'm thinking about how to ornament it. Like how much to put into it, how minimal to make it, how dense, lush, orchestrated to make it. Because if you listen to the Shovel Knight soundtrack, you know that it's a wide range of it ranges widely between simplicity and complexity. A lot of the main level themes, especially the earlier stuff, is very, very basic. Like, I'm not doing a lot with the volume channel. I'm not doing a lot of effect. I'll do vibrato on almost everything. There's certain base elements of the style that are still there, but in a large way, it's gotten more complicated and more ornate. Like, there's more happening in the background, more layering, and that's been by design as the story has intensified. It's gotten more. The story's gotten a little deeper, and the music is sort of getting a little more complex, a little more detailed to match that. So I'm trying to shoot for a halfway point between the original game style and this DLC, which totally revamps the story. It doesn't change anything, but it puts stuff in a new light. Oh yeah. Full disclaimer: nicotine, not the wizard leaf. So yeah, I'm shooting for a halfway between compromise between complexity and simplicity here. So I want to make it iconic and like a fanfare, because this is a character's theme, and this is a strong character. This is somebody who is very much supportive of our protagonist's mission in a roundabout way. All right, so check it out. This is a big fanfare. Oh wait, before I do anything, I gotta set the tempo. Sorry, I got sidetracked again. That's probably the most common thing I ever say on a daily basis. Like, sorry, I got sidetracked again. Let's set it probably at 4. Yeah, that's good. Let's do that. All right. Whoops. Let's make these 128 instead of 256. Whoops. I forgot my formula for triplets here. I gotta dick around until I find it every single time. Would it be 1 and then 2? No. On a 4 base, it would be... That's a good groove. But let's offset that. You know, I might want to move. No, I'm not going to do a lot of triplets in this one. I might want to move to a 624 bass so that I can work at speed 3. Whoa! The hell was that? Oh, I need to work at speed 2 for that. No. Was that the same speed as I was working at before? Let's find out. Whoops. You know what? I'm gonna suck it up and work like this. Alright, so back to 16. I was overthinking my groove. Dude, I can do a timpani roll like that. Check it out. Or like that. But even better than that, we can fade into the timpani roll. Dun, 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 darrr. Ah, man, I gotta go to 2 columns because I gotta put this A in here. Yeah, I don't have enough resolution to work. I should work at speed 2. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna cut it down to 2. And then lengthen these to 256. The song will be better for it because I could put in more detail. So what is the command for expanding? I set it to something and I don't remember. It was like G or H or something. Expand, it's like expand patterns. Alt G and F. So it's Alt F and G. That's what it is in Impulse Tracker, right? It's just a muscle memory that I'm like, oh, Alt G. That's the one. Because I've been tracking since I was 17. I've been using a musical spreadsheet like this since I was 17 years old, and I'm 35 now. So most of my life I've been tracking. More than half. All right, so I think that's what I need. Stretch. What does Control-Alt-G? What does stretch patterns do? Let's find out. Let's save this. Yeah. Control-Alt-G. Ooh. Oh. Oh dear. This makes things nice. I can invert. Oh, cool. Oh, that's pretty dope. All right, so I can make my own patterns for how to stretch things. So this is actually what I want. So I just made the pattern twice as long. But it sounds exactly the same because it's also twice as fast. So what I've just done is given myself more resolution. It's like working at a super high resolution on a bitmap image. If you're like drawing with a tablet and you want to work with as high resolution as you can, because when you zoom it in, you'll get pixelation and resizing artifacts and stuff. In this case, you just want to work as with as much space as you need. So if you need to be detailed, it's going to make it harder to move the cursors around, and it's hell for me to navigate on this screen as broadcast because I'm used to working in portrait mode on. You can see 256 rows at once on one screen. So I don't even scroll. So this is like, that's why I'm running into all this stuff with the selection issues, and like it's just a pain in the ass. But we suffer for our art and all that stuff. Whatever. So now I'm making it twice as difficult to navigate, but also considerably more space for me to fool around and do like note attacks and like timing stuff. I don't have to get crazy with cutoffs, and I could just do this instead of doing an A command or an S command. And then just turn the 7 command off over here. So now I can do this. Check it out. Right? I'm using the cutoffs that I demonstrated earlier. And now I'm going to make it do vibrato over here. Right? It sounds much nicer now because it's got that little waver and turns on halfway through so that it doesn't sound like this. This is what it would sound like if I enabled it from the start. It's a little much. Right? So you want to make it subtle. That's how you get a nice natural sounding fade. A nice natural sounding note. But you speaking of fading, which is what I was trying to remember to do here. I'm taking the volume and fading it using Alt-K, which is my fade command. Your mileage may vary, but I do a lot of volume swells and fades because I want it to sound like this. You hear how like it starts out strong, fades down, and then fades back up. And that's a technique that wasn't in the original Shovel Knight that much because I was shying away from doing that. I'm like, let me just make the raw notes and people can deal with it because that's the style. It's very minimal intentionally. And then, so I'm getting away from that as the game's plot and story becomes more complex. So we're going to fade this from C down to 8, and then from 8 up to C. Remember, like I was saying, let's make it D. And I'll just copy paste this because it's more or less the same pattern. I'm not going to do I'm going to do that on the second pattern. We're going to make this soft. All right. Let's get some harmony going. Man, I can mute everything. I don't need stuff muted soloed right now. All right, this is going to be dark when it starts up. Big and majestic. Mm-mm. Whoa. That's what happens when you use the wrong instrument. Whoops. So now let's do volume swells for all of this. Let's start it at C. Do. Back to C here. In fact, no. I want it to fade to full volume. This is supposed to be big and intense, but like a sweeping fanfare. Sweep it back into here, and then back up to E. It sounds like I'm doing dun 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 dun. That's just the way the volume is fading. But it won't sound like that with all the other notes in here because they all fade. They have different volume swells. So overall, the effect will be nice. Maybe not. Let's find out. There we go. Do do do. Oh, I got to do the cutoffs here. Yeah. Whoa. Do do do. Do do do. All right. What ESRB rating? Dinner Sonic. Our ESRB rating is dope. Down motherfuckers only. And there's kids watching in high school. They don't care. They're all meme lords anyway. I won't tell their parents if they don't. They were a bad influence. Ooh. I gotta tune this higher. Man, it is really off. Do. Whoa. Man, the selection in Fami Tracker has never been my favorite thing about it. Like the way when you select something, if you want to like go down here and start selecting a new thing, you have to deselect because if you otherwise it'll just continue it, which comes in handy sometimes. But like, I'm used to an impulse tracker. I'm used to like, well, I have to select it up here, whatever. Let me select this down. Whoops. So I can't do that here. Man, I got to detune just for this note. The frequency table is just off enough. You hear that bring instead of that's too much, but this, it's just a ring. It's like a nice flourish build up. Whoops. All right. Swell down here to see. Oh yeah, nice. Woo! Mm-mm. See, putting a little quote from Planes of Passage in here. Gotta tie it together. All these motifs. Yeah, I want it to be the strongest possible harmony here. Do 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 do. Do. All the way down to 8 right here. Do I have once going twice? So to this command, which didn't work as planned, but that's okay. Do 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 ta ta da do 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 do. I bit myself in the ass by saying I wouldn't have too many triplets. Whatever. They're not perfect triplets anyway. Cause nobody's perfect. I don't even like that though. Maybe loosen it up with this. It's this that I don't like. It's the button. There we go. Hey, that's an excellent question, Spire fan. Do you designate a key signature for a piece like this before you start writing? Yes, but only because it's you have to figure out what meter you're going to be working in order to set up your patterns, and that's not necessarily true. You can always just change the row highlight to do 11/8 or something, or 3/4 or anything like that. But when I hear the music in my head, it's already in a meter. I can just count along with it. So this one is dun 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 bum ba dun 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 dun. Like it already had its I could count along. Do 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 do. But sometimes it gets dicey because the resolution that I choose makes it difficult to work in triplets in certain ways. But I've been doing this kind of thing, just winging it, and this basically gets you the opportunity to humanize the orchestration in here a little bit, because if you don't get the exact perfect triplet rows, it can sound either hesitant or eager, and that can be a good thing. In rock and roll music, you're never hearing the bass and guitar and the drum on exactly the same hit. If you listen to any hip hop, you already know what I'm talking about because the snare drum just like freaking whenever it feels like it just goes. But it's not just whenever it feels like it. It's when it has to be, and it's hella late. So it's like do 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 do. It just like gets behind the beat just enough to give it that swagger, you know. And so that's what you do. It scales down to triplets in a tracker. Let's do a little bit of swagger on this. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. So this is what this is doing. What? Too soon. Do 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 do. And too late. Let's try again, Jake. Come on. All right. What about accidentals? I noticed a lot of the Knights themes were in minor keys, with Propeller Knight sounding like the only one in major. That's just because of the subject matter. Like this is heavy like Ren Fair medieval Arthurian legend. So there are a bunch of songs in major keys. Like the town theme. Like but the minor key in this idiom it makes the whole song sound more serious and more driven. And as you see, when I do the exact same song in a major key, it becomes way happier sounding. So it's to make it serious and driven that most of the character themes are in a major key. I mean, in a minor key. The same is true in Mega Man, but every now and then you get a major key. Who's in major key? Crash Man. Yeah, there's a bunch, but they're the minority. It's mostly yeah, and then King Knight's new one is major, which makes it a total shift. But I don't have any preference for major and minor keys in general, and I don't have preference for any key in general. Like the key of D, I love the key of D. There's a lot of stuff in D just because that's what it sounds like in my head, but I hear things in F sharp sometimes, or A flat, or B, sometimes C. Wherever the thing needs to be, it's going to be there. And then I'm going to find that my singer can't sing in that range, so I have to transpose the whole song down like 3 or up like 5, and it totally throws me off because I'm like, oh god, that song's in the wrong key now. It's not how it sounded in my head. It's like listening to a totally different song just by transposing the whole thing up. But yeah, let's be productive. Ah. Fade this down here and then fade it again here. Now this is going to go in a new place. It's not going to end the same. But just as a hint, I mean, if you know Hyper Camelot, you know what comes next. Dun 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 bum 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 dun 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 dun. All right, let's go. Fade this out to 6. Yeah. Now, the question is, do I want to approach that transition from above or below? And do I want to jump to it, or do I want to walk through it? I'll show you. It's okay, I've already made up my mind. Sorry. Transpose this up. Nope, I unmade my mind. We're not even going up to the E. We're going to A flat. And then I can go ultra low. Whoops, that's not ultra low. I can hit the bottom note of the square wave. Down Hyper Camelot. Let's take our volume swells from down here, and then we can do nice things with them. Or not so nice things. Let's do an epic rundown. Nope. Nope. I got the timing wrong. I need to start one higher. Well, gotta turn the vibrato off. Start at like D, and then go down to A. Now, let's make it. Oh wait, I got speed 2. Shit, doing triplets is hard. No what? Whatever. I won't tell if you don't. It's not tick accurate. But I'm also gonna do an A on here. And I want it already down to 8, like right here. Do 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 8. Yeah. It's too much. Do 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 do. I'm actually gonna do one of my triplets here. Whoops. Oh, I didn't copy the note. It's just a GO2 and a GO1. Cool. Yeah, what is the GO2 doing here? That's just a straight up next row. Yeah, this should be down here without anything on it. So it's just a GO1 at the end. Okay, cool. Doop, doop, doop. Ga 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 ga. Pretty doo doo doo. Let me fix that up before I copy it over because it's the same meter. Do 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 do. Do. Wow. Wow. There's a lot of stuff stacking up over here. Oh, that doesn't even need to be there. So I can just delete from this onward. Now I'm going to do an arpeggio. This will be dope. No, no, no. Man, I wish I had easier triplets in here. Probably a run isn't going to sound great. Yeah, what am I even doing? It was double speed. Well, I can just use my F and G. Check it out. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait. No. G. Alright, alright. I see how it works now. Do, do, do. Do. No. No. Good enough. Mm, mm, mm. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Do, 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 do. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Do. Whoops. Mm-mm-mm. Do. Mm. Do. F. Ja. Goose. All right, let's put in triangle now. This is trailing. I was wondering. Take it down to 5. Dude. And then we'll do a swell up here. I want to make it do do. Let's turn it to like 1C. Still a little much. 8. Good enough. Do dun dun. Whatever. Dance club. Again. Use my Alt G. I made it too fast. Oh yeah. Fade this out. Way out. Yeah, that'll give it a nice little separation there. And then a little bit less on the volume. Need to do a little snare here. I'm gonna do drum sound. Up. Yeah. That's a nice shuffle. That's actually really cool with the triplet effect. Not quite working as planned. See if I can extend that roll out. So 7 5 4 3 2 2 3 3 4 5 6. Oops, 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 oops. Yeah. Man, I don't know about fooling with that rhythm there like that. See how it plays with the other things. Yeah, perfect. But this needs to be like way 9 8 5 4 2. Yeah, there you go. Because I wanted to hit hard at the beginning. And then repeat that phrase twice. That military snare. Do. I kind of like 7 better. For this noise tone. Let's see. No, I like the darker sound of this. Alright, so the end of this. In fact, though, I have to go back and fix all this. This is supposed to be way more staccato than this. Whoop, there you go. And then I'm going to do the alternating. All right, let's hear what we have from the start. Duke, 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 Duke. This has got to be full volume on everything because this is a major motif that's coming out. Hyper Camelot. Wait. This one should come down a little bit. Dun, 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 dun. Man, do I want to go there? Hang on, I'm sounding it out in my head. I'm hearing the harmonies as they should proceed in this chord progression. Mm-mm. All right, so that goes in the second half. Whoops. I saw that. I gotta paste that in from here. What? Where am I in the pattern? This stupid highlight. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Do do do. Uh uh uh. Do do do. Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum. Mm. And that's the next pattern. Mm, mm. Mm, mm. Do do dow. Do do dow. Do dow. All right, cool. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on. Do 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 do. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Six, 7, 8, 9, 8. So who's just joining us? Anybody brand new here and have no idea what's going on? I will explain it momentarily if you wish. If you are completely lost. I mean, the scroller up top is definitely helping. If people just come in, they can see at a glance what we are and what we're doing. But if you want any additional info, I can always provide. X Nervous, you're brand new here. Okay, sweet. Sheepish is brand new. We got a whole bunch of people just coming in. Okay, so welcome. First of all, thank you so much for showing up. This is awesome. I'm writing music for Shovel Knight for a new DLC for the new campaign. It's Spectre Knight's campaign. So I'm making a brand new theme for a character that hasn't been announced yet. And as you can tell, it incorporates some of the themes from the Hyper Camelot song, but also some other ones from the Tower of Fate and various other tracks in here. It's a sorry, words are failing me. I have echoes running through my head of music. Normally I'm able to be more talkative, but like I'm about to tie the room together. I was just stalling for time. Like, hey, what's up in the crowd over there? But it's a good use of time because I get to meet brand new people who are coming in. So yeah, we're writing music for Shovel Knight, and Ben is. Oh, actually, Matt is playing it up in the top there. So Ben was working on 3D animation for New Red, which is a VR rock opera. It's a full-length movie / album, and it's in VR. It's got light shows and stuff. Tells a story. Has all kinds of crazy effects. Kind of like Fantasia, but it's all technological. Ah, yeah, you're just phasing over there. Nice try, Matt. No, it's not the DLC in the upper left for inspiration. That's he's just playing the normal campaign. We're gonna do a speedrun challenge soon where we see if people can beat the game faster than I can write a song for it. So we're contacting speedrunner friends, and if you are one or know one, by all means challenge me. The challenge is out there. It won't be an ambitious track like this, but it won't be a jingle either. I'll write a full track. Oh yeah, nice. Do do. And the tool that I'm using right now is a tracker. This is Fami Tracker. It's a free program for making NES music, and it's available at famitracker.com for free. And it's what I use for all of the music in Shovel Knight. Every bit of it was written in this spreadsheet. Now, here's where I can go a little bit deeper with some of the harmony. Watch what I do with ninths and fourths. Maybe some ninths in here. Maybe not. It might be a little too jazzy that way. And then we're gonna do a little eighth note pattern. Well, that's a 16th note pattern. Or is it? Yeah. Oh yeah. That's I wasn't gonna resolve it to the tonic yet, so. Because we want to bring it back around to this. Sounds janky right now because I have notes trailing off. Oh yeah. It's like a rally call. But I think I'm going to do the triplets this way. Yeah, much better. And then delay this a little bit. Do-do-do-do. Make that a G. And then an A. Yeah. Shovel Knight. Doo-ba-doo. Mm, 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 mm. Sounds pretty regal, right? It's a big fanfare. Down. Gonna fade this sunny day, sweeping the dig deep for this one. Go all the way down to 6 and back up again. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, Jimbo got it right. Yeah, this whole soundtrack is a big fanfare. The whole thing is just fanfare. Yeah, so the guy playing the game right now did QA on Shovel Knight, and he's one of our Mint Potion core crew. He's the guy that helps to run the show pretty much every day out of the week, and he just pretty much lives here with us. And he's a member of the Shovel Knight team, along with me. Helped to make this game happen in the first place. That's the advantage of working on a game with your buddies, with your friends, because like you may start something new. Like he wasn't a full-time guy over there, so it's like let's start our own company. Let's start our own team. We can do game music and entire games of our own and all kinds of videos and cool stuff. So we have a whole crew of people that make things with us pretty much every day. This I actually want this to carry the lead. But to do that, it's got to go all the way down here first. So let's select that. There we go. Too late. Let's make it fade up a little faster, and then down, all the way down to 8. This is the volume I'm putting in right now. I don't need it after this. I can get rid of it here. Oh, 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 oh. Not cool. Not cool at all. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's tune that into man, I had something going way high up here. I think it's this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Man, I did it. I did it half as fast as I need to. But I can fix it. No, that's a cop out. It would be way faster to just redo this by hand. But Whoa, too much. Oh yeah, JDMH812 asked, you can have key presses work with Fami Tracker. That's easy. Configuration, MIDI. So I have an audio box here. It's a $50 sound card. You can get a Guitar Center for like $50. Sometimes it's $100, but it's almost always on their special sale. This is my like, if you guys want a sound card and you don't have one right now, get an audio box, PreSonus audio box USB. M Audio makes one that's similar. I use a Roland Quad Capture as my main interface, but the audio box USB is incredibly cheap and it's unbelievably stable. So this thing will get you up with MIDI and digital audio support, low latency audio and everything. You can use professional quality audio programs. If you just get an audio box USB, just go to Guitar Center or go online, go on Amazon, get an audio box USB. I don't know how much they cost right now, but I got mine for $50. So this is all Shovel Knight music is written on free software on a $50 audio interface. But the original Shovel Knight soundtrack, all of it, all of the original and Plague Knight was all done on Parallels desktop on a Mac running Windows in an emulator. So all of the original Shovel Knight soundtrack was done in Windows on a Macintosh. Not boot camp mode, nothing. It was Parallels, like using a virtual machine. And even that's low latency enough to use, and it MIDI works and everything. So that's how I used to work. But nowadays I have a separate PC that I'm using for this. It's just easier to stream it that way. Whoa, I already got the sticks in there. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa, too late. Whoop. There you go. Ah, come on. Maybe fade down to A. I don't want it to be dong. I want it to be like dong. Like that, exactly like that. Do bump, 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 bump. I could fit in a. Whoops. Not perfect yet. Da-na-na-na-na-na. All of that for a hidden element that's like from 6 to C here. This has got to be lower. It's got to be a harmony and not the main. Do. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, let's do this. Check it out. Oh yeah. Do. Do. Yeah. Do. Oh god, we're getting hairy here with the S commands. We got this. We got this. We got this. Come on, let's do it. Oh yeah, that should work. I'm actually gonna, because I can tap it on the other channels, and it'll make it sound like it's got an attack here, even though it doesn't. See, I can double it in the. And then do a nice long roll here. Just like Mom used to make, just like last time. Come on. Gotta paste it up here because I didn't get an even number of selecting rows. So now we're gonna do. Matt's pissed. Matt just died. I heard that. What the fuck? His head explodes. What the fuck? Alright. Oh one. Oh one. Oh one. Do 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 do. Ooh, that time it didn't go. It didn't overflow. I think that's because I was at the last pattern. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. No. Let's actually take it down to F. Whoa, I didn't mean that much F, you know. What even is that? Oh, it's this. All right, that works. All right, let's listen to it from the beginning. It's gonna be all kinds of messed up probably because I have. Let's see what I have in this channel. Is that cut off? Yeah, it cuts off. All right, nice. All right, whatever. All right, so that's the first verse basically. So I'm gonna restate the theme. This might actually be the second one, from here on, because it's pretty ornate. I also don't like the walking bass line. What? That's actually a really cool harmony in there. Yeah. Doesn't even work down here. Ooh. I turned off numlock somehow. It's like, why is my thing skipping around? Do -da-dong. Yeah, dude, come on. That's way better. I can also extend this out by doing this here, because I don't have anything in this for a bit. Oh, yeah. Drop it down to 8. You know the drill. You all know the drill by now. You watch me do this a billion times. I do the first half and the second half volume slides. You see how it slides up like that instead of just being boop? It's like boop. My excellent Fami Tracker impression. Yeah, that's way better. Something's off. Oh, it's because of this. Yeah, way better. This just makes the whole song sound more dynamic when you use volume changes. Vibrato. No, do do. ECA98. Give it a little chiff on the beginning there. FECA98. FVBA98. There you go. So now we get to do this, driving into overdrive here. Like a freaking awesome fanfare. And I'm just going to do triplets the whole way down. So let's make the rhythm and forget about all this stuff. I'm just going to delete this whole channel unless there is, yeah, of course. That's all I need for this. Down. Do I want to do this triplet or the other one? That's better. And then I'm going to do S01. Ah. Oh yes. Oh yes. Whoops. What that S does is cuts it off. But it doesn't, it's the same thing as this, but it's delayed X number of ticks. So if it's a 0-1, it's going to pass one of these guys, which is cut off the note that's currently playing, but it's going to do it one tick in the future. So I can sort of hold out until right before the next note instead of, this cuts it in half. So it's on, off, on. But here it's on, off, on. So it gives you a little bit of time before the next note so it doesn't seem as cut off and clipped. It goes from something like this to it goes to sounding like that. Right? I'm going to even go crazier on this. Oh, that's why. Nope, nope. Yeah. F G. Nope. Whoops. Now we get fancy. We go over here to the VRC6 instrument. Ah, yes. Mr. Freeman, I have quite a surprise for you. Do. Do. See. Do. D. B. Do. Fade up. Yeah. All right. Oh, 7. I didn't turn off 7. Oh, you hear more than a little, a fight with all our might. Check this out. Where is it? Nope, not champion battle. Director battle. This is the whole thing. Listen to that. Dun 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 dun. It's those chords, dun 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 dun. But it was actually a semitone lower in the original, so it throws you off a little bit. And then the director battle. You know what? I'm thinking just for giggles, let me try transposing the whole thing down 1 and see if that sounds amazing or if it sucks. I gotta go back and undo the oh man, I'm losing some lower range at the I went all the way down to A0. So we'll find out shortly if there's stuff messed up. So it'll make the link a little bit more obvious. It's only 4 patterns though. All right, so this is the whole chord progression. And now it's this. You hear that? Cool, right? I gotta go back down and untranspose. Man, it sounds darker now. It doesn't sound quite right. But that just means I need to do more octave stuff. That's the music equivalent of like, you know, butt stuff. Messing around with the butt. That's octaving. And then here, we'll do this in the beginning here. Oh wait, no, I blew my my noise load too quickly. Let's do it here. That doesn't need to be there. It can be here though. You can move over, guy. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh, I was using the alternate triplet method for this. So this is gotta have a 4 on the floor. Whoops. Yeah, I transposed the whole thing down one. Even more confusing. Now it's C sharp. Fuck my life. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Do. Oh, come on. Nope, I'm gonna do the same thing in here. 21. I'm gonna make it the tonal version. Because it's already hitting it in the snare, so it already gives it that. I don't even need the do. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, we're going crazy with the triangle channel now. We're going way up the scale. Even vibrato that shit. Come on. Whoops. Oh, this is GO2. I don't have an O2, but what it does is it moves it to the next note, so I'm going to leave it here. It's like an enharmonic key. It seems like the same thing, but that's a good rationalization. Whoa! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Turn off. There you go. Do boom boom do. Oh yeah. That's gotta be. I gotta continue the line. And then I can go. First thing this needs is an octave up. Oh yeah. All right, now let's jazz it up to make it. Let me get the song structure down. Do do do. Just in case you haven't had enough of that theme. Do do. Let's do something crazy here. Da, da. I can even delay the volume command, so I can be like, dun, dun, dun. Right? But I gotta get this along with it. And it even clips it a little bit here, which is nice because it makes it a little more staccato. Nice. Right? Ah. Little counterpoint in the top end here. So why is that now sharp? There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. That's not what I wanted. Right. That's that. Not enough. Oh God, too much. I could just remove all of these and then a couple more, one more. All right. Man, I'm gonna set my row skip to 4 just for this. Yeah, there. I don't even have to like cursor down. I can just like fill it in that way. Do bum. There we go. Oh wait, come on. Yeah. And then finally one last, because I gotta tie it back together. Actually, wait. Do you? And then this has got to go back. Well, that's a fine pickle we're in. Do. And then we'll see which of these is the least important. Reason I said that is because now I don't have any space to put the final chord in on the end because it already starts with the pads over here. So I gotta find which is the least important of these, which I think it's this one. And then I can bring it in later. instead of hitting it heavy like that, I'm gonna fade it in. Oh man. There you go. And then we can take it out with the noise, with the cymbal crash. And something's not right in there. I know what it is. Remember? I said that this would be a problem later. When I transposed it, it went to G sharp, which is below the NES limit, so it's going, instead of da da da, going, oh, not quite, guys. So I can fix that by just moving the whole thing an octave up. Man, it's like playing on a bass guitar. You're like, but oh shit, you're playing up high then because you ran out of low. What? What did I even do? That even sounds better. And keep in mind, I don't have anything in this channel at all, so I'm about to fill that with glory. Or bullshit. One of the two. But you know... Yeah. For some reason, I already started transposing it, but I didn't get all the way. So let's see where it jumps up to 3. Oh man, I wish I could hit that. Ah. Mm. There. Do 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 do. Oh, I know how to fix this. Do 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 and A sharp. Yeah. Nah, let's not. Let's make it nice and strong here. Dong 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 dong. And let's take these down a little bit to make the other symbols that come in later pop, like really pop up. There you go. Vibrato in here. I don't even think we're using the FX2 channel at all in here. I will regret that later, but you know, c'est la vie. Mm. Do-do-do-do. That'll work. That'll work pretty well, actually. Do-do. Do-do-do-do. Nope, I like it. Dong dong. Mm-mm-mm. Do 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 do. 446668 F. Do do bum bum. That's why it's playing the same thing here. We can phrase that all over the place. Do 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 do. Hi. Check out what we got. Hey, it's not that.
Oh, I thought it was that.
What's up? Yeah. So yeah, dang, it's coming out. All right, now, but I need to put it into the second pattern here. Oh, come on. I need vibrato in here. It was sounding a little bare. I might actually do yeah, let me do the first one in here, and then I'll switch to VO2 for this one. Ding, 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 ding. Bong, 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 bong. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Whoop, 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 whoop. There you go. I actually want like these could be 20, but I'm gonna make them 8. I'm gonna fix them. It doesn't matter what instrument it is, basically. Whoa, 21. 21 and legal. $20. Oh, come on. I wanted 21, in fact. I don't even like the diminished. Oh, come on. It's too drawn out. It's down here. Do do. Do There we go. Let's start him at 8 though and bring him up to E. So it fades up. Boom, boom. And then we'll drag this down to 8 from E. Starts up here. Fade up, fade it down. Back it up, back it in. Oh, let me boogin. Oh. Remember that da da da. But nice try. Ha. Just gotta stop before that. Ah. Hmm. 10, 11, and 12. Hear what's going on here. Whoops. Not even close. Mm. You know, I don't want to do this echo here. What I want to do is fade it all the way down to like 4 and all the way back up to E. Oh yeah. Wait, no. Let's select now. Whoa. Do, 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 do. Hmm. Oh, I need to get the symbols in here. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. It's too much work up before the end. I need to take most of this out of here. Dun, 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 dun. It should be just at the end there, like that. Do do do. There we go. Yeah. Here we go now. Here we go now. Little ending on that. All right, let's hear the ending, how it sounds. Man. We need to take this out of here. We need to make this an octave higher. All right, now let's focus on simplifying part of this part. So 2 is the same as... Yeah, that's way different. Come on. This needs to be an 8, and this needs to be an E. I don't like the... Easy. Nope. Maybe experiment with this for a second. Oh. Do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Mm. Nope. Mm. Oh yeah. Wow. Mm. Mm. Boo boo boo. Do do do. Do do do. There we go. I was wondering why it wasn't carrying the bass too strongly. Mm 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 mm. Boo-doo. There we go. Oh, no. Now we got it. Mm. Whoops. Do 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 do. Oh man. Do 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 do. Oh, that's why. Do, 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 do. Or is there's a B somewhere in here that I don't like. Maybe not. Do do do. That's why. Sounds weird. All right. Got that done. Whoa. Do 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 do. Get that out of there. I don't need the noise in here actually, because it starts back low again. I also don't need that. Yeah. I gotta put in a little hook to start in the next part. That doesn't need to be in there. Well. And then that's got to be back to 0. God damn, they're making quite a racket out there. Matt Hull is cooking. Because we have this awesome kitchen right there. You're going to get to see it tomorrow if you tune in for Small Window. We're going to cook. That's why the sawtooth is off on its own. That doesn't sound good. So we'll just do the same volume thing here. And then vibrato it. That clears almost anything. Oh, jeez. It's still a little too tuka-tuka-tuka-tuka-tuka. Is this? It's this also. Do, do. All right, we're almost done here. We're almost done here. We're gonna beat the streamers, but we don't have speedrunners going here. Not yet. Not yet. We're working on it though. We're gonna get some speedrunners, and I'm gonna try to beat them. All right. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm super happy with how that turned out. That's what I would call that a mission accomplished, sort of, because I'm not really gonna have to fix much in this, assuming they like it. Let's listen to what we did yesterday. I want a refresher. I wanted the new Pride More Keep, the happy version of Pride More Keep. Oh yeah. All right. So this week we made a bunch of stuff, man. And we're not even done yet. Although Thursday is a small window, and then Friday is gonna be Sean's up here to write script with me. So, so that's gonna be exciting. All right. Let's listen with fresh ears. Let's listen to what we just did. Nice creative video switching up there. That's pretty dope. Yeah, I beat you, Matt. Sorry, brosif. It's not fair. I did a short song. This is only 8 patterns. It's only, how long is the song? Estimate song length. Yeah, it's a minute long. So, man, there's a lot of stuff in there, so it may feel a little longer, but not very long. Is that true? Is it really a minute? Is it like a minute 8 seconds? Oh, what? Do you want me to write a jingle? Do you want me to write a jingle? Also, I could write a jingle too. No, would it? Oh, that's a shame.
No. I feel as if like I'm victorious given that hour and a half head start. You can take the win.
Most of the first hour and a half, I was ranting like a madman. I barely did any work. Yeah, I was playing the previous night's track. Matt, you got beaten fair and square. I'm sorry, bro.
I did not fair and square. I didn't start.
Matt, do you want a rematch? We can do this tomorrow? No, wait, we can't, cause small window. No! We'll do it sometime. But maybe we'll get a real speedrunner, and they can do the game properly fast.
I'm just saying, you had an hour and a half head start, and I'm already on the last two bosses on play. So
If you want, I could do another jingle.
take that into consideration.
I could write a stinger or something. I mean, most days I would just start on another song right now. I'm gonna call the stream pretty soon, but I gotta do the cartoon thing tonight. So no, not really. What do you guys think? Did Matt beat me? Did Matt win the challenge? He so did not. Man, we're gonna have to call it fairly that next time. You're gonna die over and over again, and I'll be sitting here laughing. Just
around the first show, like, I did all the side missions and all that.
Yes, so, indeed.
If I had knocked another half an hour off, I still would have actually gotten new witnesses.
Man, Matt talks such a big game. Matt's got game.
Got elite math skills.
Man, it was supposed to beat both campaigns before I finished the song. Not my fault he started an hour and a half late. Freaking scrub. He's better than I would be. I wouldn't be able to beat it that quickly. Yeah, he was supposed to beat both campaigns, and not just Shovel Knight. He's supposed to do Shovel Knight and Plague. And got this done. All right, so we have a bunch of tracks ready to go. I can start rendering these out and get them to the dev team so they can put them in the game. But to do that, I have to fix my AutoIt script that automates the batch rendering, because normally what I got to do is create wave. Oh man, I got to solo the pulse channel like so. Man, it's such a pain in the ass. And then begin and then write it out and then do the same thing with just this channel. But of course it resets, so I've got to like go through and click them each time. It only takes, a few minutes, but doing them on like 10 tracks at a time gets really boring, because you got to do 80 tracks for 10 songs. You got to do 8 for each, so it's 80 times I got to write out wave files. So I wrote a little batch script that just goes like file, create wave, and does like steps down all of these things in order. It's really fast, so I just run it and just goes, oh crap, that's not what happened. I'm gonna take this out of edit mode. Yes, very good, perfect. All right. Man. No. Okay, so Dinner Sonic asked, you should force the dev team to just run Fami Tracker files directly. Not unless I have a signal chain, because raw Fami Tracker files aren't going to sound good in this game because of all the sound effects going on and all the different dynamics that are happening with the sound mix. We're not channel stealing, so it would very quickly overload and the music would be quiet. So I have to compress the hell out of the music to get it sounding good on modern TV systems. So I need post-processing after the music is rendered. That's why I render out stems, so that I can drag them into Cubase and run them through a mastering chain, make them sound pretty. So yeah, there'll be a lot more bumping, a lot more pumping. Woo! All right. So yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna go outside and talk to Matt for a minute. I will harass him more about his grievous loss today. You sadly were defeated.
Give a chimp enough time, he'll win at Jeopardy.
Are you calling yourself a chimp? Man, Matt, you weren't gonna beat the game in an hour and a half.
I could beat this in an hour.
Man,
Totally. If you give me another hour and a half to finish this, I have 3 bosses left.
I think you're gonna die a bunch towards the end. Yeah.
No, not